wants to be totally gay. Except for Judy, of course. I got an age restricted. Yeah. When's this gonna arrive? Here's a reminder of what you ordered. I know what I ordered. I ordered an $1,100 part for my car. How sad for me. Is this the real stream? Is it just fantasy? Easy come, easy go. Yum, 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 yum. Anyway the wind blows, doesn't even matter to me. Mama just killed a man. Put a gun against his head, pulled the trigger, now he's dead. Come on, everybody, life's just begun. Meow, 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 meow. All right, so I'm going to be deleting some of these emails here. Make sure I'm not deleting anything that I need to keep for any reason. Doesn't look like I got anything to keep. Okay, delete. Looks good. Looks good. I got Rachel a jewelry for Christmas this year called Campanula earrings. Thanks, beautiful Rachel. Hi, Acacia. How are you today? I used the Noel Phillips discount and I saved $15. Probably Noel Phillips will get a little bit of a commission on that too, I would guess. But it seemed like a good deal because I got gold earrings with Cowood in it for less than $100. And, you know, gold's pretty expensive these days. So I've been all right, this one successfully made it through. So on the last live stream, the mushroom stream, it got age restricted. And when I'm trying to clip clips from it, it doesn't clip to shorts. It clips to long form videos, and it's on a big delay of approving it and stuff. So there's that. The dentist called me today. He wanted to check on me, see how I was doing. And maybe he also wanted to see if I was happy with the whole thing. I explained to him, yes, I'm very happy with the whole thing. I think you did a fabulous job, etc. I told him, like, I haven't smoked yet. I'm going to give it a couple more days, probably. And he's like, we should really give it like a month. Okay, dude. Well, we'll have to see about that. A month. You know, there's no way I'm going to last longer than the than the drugs. So by the time I'm done taking the antibiotics and anti-inflammatories, at that point I'm going to say, good enough, I made spaghetti again today with Eric's homemade Italian meat sauce. I'm going to serve myself some. Rachel can serve however much she wants to herself. That's enough for me. And then put this right here. But look what I got. That's right. It's the Parmesan cheese. I just think I need just one of those actually. Seems fine. It's not Parmesan on there. Get this little fork here. And my next order of business is to chop this up very small. Do you know the Wizard of Oz? I do know the Wizard of Oz. This sack of old marbles is just mumbling to himself. Well, no, I'm actually responding to things that people say. For example, your chat right there. Not just responding, but responding on point. In this case, responding on point means negating the claim you made, just because it's contrafactual. Hi, Daniel Berry Sports Highlights. But I appreciate your attempt to come in and be, confrontational or whatever. Makes things a little more interesting than if you were to just come in and say, oh, hey, I love you. I'm chopping this up as small as I can because I have limited amount of ability to chew right now with my dental surgery. It's good. Your cat's being very needy today. Well, personally, I'm kind of fluidly trans everything. I'm fluidly transracial, so my race is always changing. I've been black plenty of times. I'm fluidly transageal, so my age ranges from newborn baby to 95-year-old man. I'm not transgender, but I do have within me a core of a pretty princess, that's for sure. Hi, Miss Matthews Clark. I remember you from before. Some people say I'm the prettiest princess of all. But obviously those people aren't looking at my wife, because she's an even prettier princess than I am. I'm sorry you're not doing well, Elpidio Nunez. I'm doing fine. What up, 966? Well, it takes a little time for me to eat with this bad ability to chew that I have, but I'm just not rush it. Eat a bite at a time, I don't know what Rachel's laughing about. She must be watching something funny. What is the good word? Well, I've got multiple good words today, but one of the challenges that today offers me is that I am not smoking cigarettes again today. Obviously, I mean, throughout the day, I'll periodically go like, I could go for a cigarette and then not smoke one. That's a little annoying, but it's fun. I know Johnny Depp. I just wish he knew me. Fair enough, family dude. If you really want to meet Johnny Depp, I want you to consider bringing some long thumbs into the mix. Because if you want Johnny Depp to notice you, make you stand out, what's going to make you stand out more than the long thumbs? He's going to say, hey, wait a second. I'm sorry to bother you, but those are some pretty long thumbs you got. And you'll say, Johnny Depp, you were correct, and I am so glad to listen to Eric. He told me if I put on the thumbs, I'd get your attention, and now I have. But I want to show you something even more special about these thumbs, Johnny Depp. They don't have to be thumbs, they can be fingers, and guess what? They light up with the light of wonder. See you, Miss Matthew Clark. Don't forget to eat plenty of cheese. It's the only way you'll grow up big and strong. What I heard you say was that you were also astonished by the goddamn Michigan Wolverines men's basketball team. Cool. Nice to see you, Netherlands. Sometimes called it's called the Netherlands or Holland. Sometimes called Holland. It's where the Dutch live. The Dutch live in a country called Holland and a country called Netherlands. It's complicated. They're different than the Danish, and they don't speak Pennsylvania Dutch. So they're just an incredibly complicated and difficult reality. The one thing we all know about the Netherlands is that their color is orange. The Netherlands, all their teams are orange. The other thing you know about the Netherlands is they're the country that's always almost one of the best soccer teams, but never quite. A lot better than the U.S. soccer team, obviously. Not the women. Our women's team is great, but our men's soccer team, well, it's understandable. You're not going to get good male soccer players in America because good athletes who are male in America don't play soccer. They play football, basketball, baseball, even hockey, anything before soccer, really. I'd say soccer is on par with volleyball for men in America. Volleyball is mostly a girl sport, although sometimes boys play volleyball. Same thing with soccer. Soccer is mostly a girl sport, but sometimes boys play it. Tennis, I mean, tennis is kind of like a rich person sport a little bit. Even though it doesn't take a lot of equipment or anything. I don't know. Tennis isn't that popular in America. Can I ask a grammar question? Sure. I almost certainly have the answer for you. I like tennis. I like to watch it, but you gotta get lucky and get a good tennis match because lots of them are like 6-2, 6-2. That's it. Being a former English teacher and having taught sentence diagramming and grammar extensively, I almost certainly have the answer to your grammar question. Like, for example, here's a good grammar question I can ask you. Anybody. What do you think is correct? Give this paper to whoever wants it, or give this paper to whomever wants it. And why? Negatron returns. Negatron that's a tricky question I asked you right there. You can probably think of reason why it would be either way. Question: when you're asking rhetorical in written form, what do you end the sentence with? What punctuation and why? I end it with a question mark. Rack your brains. You mean like, but why would Steve say such a thing? You still end it with a question mark. You might additionally end it with an exclamation point if you wanted to be like, what? Nani? Yeah. And one thing that came up yesterday, I believe it was, these things are called scare quotes, not air quotes, even though people do it in the air like this. Rachel referred to them as air quotes. And that's what you call an eggcorn. Dog 631, I've been here on another account. Well, good for you, dog. I'm pleased to have you back. And you're encouraged to engage with me however you normally do. And we'll just see what happens. What was the question I proposed? Was if you have a sentence that says something like, give this paper to whoever wants it or to whomever wants it, what's correct? I will let 966 give his answer as well. I'll tell you what the correct answer is and why. So if the sentence was give this paper to whomever or whoever, the answer would be whomever. Give this paper to whomever. But because it's give it to whoever wants it, the whoever is the subject of the noun clause, whoever wants it. So even though the noun clause is working as the object of the preposition to, you still use the nominative case whoever. So that's something to keep in mind, you know, when you have something that follows a preposition, we normally use the objective case, like to him, not to he. But if it's part of a clause like that, then you have to let the clause be the determinant factor there. Yeah, and you know, here's a grammar phenomenon that nobody's ever heard of. It's called a nominative absolute. And an example of it is arms pumping, the runners finished the race. In that case, arms pumping, it doesn't connect grammatically to the sentence in any way. It's just called a nominative absolute. Kind of like an expletive, but it's a phrase of sorts. Fight oligarchy. When? I mean, how do you fight oligarchy? Which oligarchy do you want to fight? Do you want to fight oligarchical inclinations in general? Well, you're going to need a couple of fingers. One on this finger and one on this finger. When you touch them together, the oligarchy realizes, I see now. corrupted USA by Trump, Peter Thiel, the fascist rules. Okay, well, realistically, while Trump is certainly completely retarded, um, it is not the case that he's actually done particularly much damage as president. Neither did Biden. They're both fairly harmless presidents compared to, say, George W. Bush or Obama, both of whom did a lot of harm. And the thing is, Trump's not a fascist or an ideologue at all. He's actually just an idiot populist. So his ways don't represent any kind of side or ideology particularly. He has no ability to parse things logically. He has weak intuition, and so it's just basically his arbitrary whatever. Okay, well, it's always a good idea to cut taxes, pretty much, MC, right? You don't want there's no good way to tax successful people into improving the lives of less successful people. That it doesn't work that way. So it's good to cut taxes in general. It helps the economy. Obviously, there are certain taxes that would be better cut than others. Capital gains tax should be eliminated entirely. Ideally, we get rid of progressive taxation and replace it with something that's actually progressive, like a flat tax, because progressive taxation is the most regressive way to tax. The key thing to remember is the problem is not that the government's not taking enough tax revenue from people. That's not the problem. That's never the problem. No, I don't think Obama was a good president. I think he was a terrible president because he he oversaw the continuation of Patriot Act era bullshit implemented by George W. Bush and even increased it. He failed to do the good things he said he was going to do, and he did the bad things he said he was going to do badly. The Affordable Care Act is an absolute catastrophe of public policy in every conceivable way. It's like a potentially acceptable idea, conceivably, executed so badly that it's a catastrophic failure. Clinton was a good president in terms of not doing harm to the country, doing good, getting NAFTA taken care of, bringing a surplus, etc. He was a horrible person, you know, like he's in that whole like depraved Epstein kind of crowd. Horrible person, good president. Trump is just a bad president and a dummy, but not catastrophically bad. The first George Bush did a good job. Better than Reagan, I think. Reagan was a very iffy president, actually. He did some things that were good, but his whole Iran Contra shit, no thanks. No, I mean, I'm aware that obviously the military industrial complex has evolved into something that is a fourth branch of government empowered beyond that which the framers ever imagined, and in contradiction to the idea of not maintaining a standing army and stuff. No, Trump has done some harm with his presidency. I'm just saying, if we want to be honest, instead of using our feelings, we evaluate presidents against one another. And we have examples of two really terrible presidents who did a lot of damage: George W. Bush and Obama, right? And but compared to those guys, Trump's not actually a warmonger, really, and and he hasn't codified this economically catastrophic middleman approach to healthcare that's just not going to work, right? No, the first Bush did a much better job as president than George W. Bush. That George W. Bush was an absolute catastrophe. The first George Bush didn't do much harm. And that's what I mean by being honest, right? You might say that all the presidents did a bad job, but we have to compare against each other to determine who actually stands out as bad and harmful and who is kind of forgettable. Like Biden is a very forgettable president and didn't do much. Does that make him a bad president? No, it makes him a better president for not doing stuff, right? It means he didn't do harm. What harm, in my opinion, has Trump done? Well, I think his deportations are stupid and meaningless ways of harming actual people for no actual benefit. But what I would point out is that it doesn't create a structural harm because even though it's ill-advised and a bad idea, it's legitimate. It's a legitimate exercise of executive power to enforce immigration law. So while it's ill-advised and does harm, it's not illegitimate. And what job would you try to find in the future? Me? Well, my current plan is to try to steadily implement some typology stuff designed to promote the typing service, because if I can get more typing sessions, it's a good rate per hour. So, his border, did he charm? What border? I mean, I think the tariffs aren't doing much good, right? But I remember last time when he was president the first time, I thought he wanted to do this whole trade war with China thing. I was like, this is a catastrophically terrible idea. What are you doing? It ended up working out pretty well, actually. It was, sometimes idiots have a certain kind of like drunks and babies and idiots can fall out of things and be okay, right? And sometimes that happens with Trump. The reason I dislike him so much is because he has no respect or regard for words and using them correctly. He thinks talk is cheap. He doesn't believe in the processes of an actual citizen democracy, which is engaging communicatively. He doesn't represent all the Americans. He thinks the people who didn't vote for him don't count, and he's just a terrible leader, right? But the good news is, I'd rather have a terrible leader who's not leading us in any meaningful direction than an effective leader who's leading us in the wrong direction. And we should all prefer that. Yeah, talk is not cheap, of course. Talk is what matters. Action is cheap and easy once you've made the correct determinations. It's the talking part that matters. Everything he says is the hugest thing, right? I really dislike his antipathy towards like national parks and stuff. No, but look, the problem is this. Action should never be taken until words have determined the correct thing. And so all the work is done by the words. Once the words have determined the correct thing and it's clear what the correct position on things are, then you just say, okay, go ahead and do it. That's it. if things are not adequately justified or justified incorrectly, then even if you're on the right side of the issue, you do harm. So, for example, the worst thing that Trump did was what he didn't do. When COVID was around, he said, he was correct. He said, basically, we shouldn't be freaking out about this. But he had no good justifications. He said the reason he knew it was fine was because of a hunch or something. The actual arguments he should have been making were it doesn't matter how hardcore this thing is or not. Our obligation is to respect First Amendment freedom of assembly and to understand that the onus for every individual's health is on them and they get to make those decisions for themselves. That in no conceivable world is it ever okay to quarantine someone not because they are sick, but because they might become sick. These kind of arguments needed to be made, right? And had he understood that words are what matters, then people might have taken seriously the actual things that needed to be taken seriously. But because he did such an incredibly shitty job of explaining himself and justifying himself, then everybody's thought, well, see, to be against COVID lockdowns, you have to be anti-science or something, which is ridiculous. It's not a matter of being sciencey about the disease. It's a matter of understanding public policy, onus of responsibility, obligations, duties, etc. It has nothing to do with the specifics of the disease. Do we believe without questioning first? If you do, then your belief is faith and hope based. I think Trump's an ESFP. I'm very certain of it. Trump's an ESFP. Do we believe without questioning first? Some people do, I guess. I'm not trying to believe or not believe, right? I determine things and then know them until more determination reveals a change. Oh, Epstein's here. You miss me on the island? Well, too bad for you. Hi, Carl Ventura. I can't read your Cyrillic. I mean, yeah, look, Trump does not, he's a disgrace to the office, right? A proper president communicates with the American people in certain ways and through certain media. Trump trying to replace any need to explain himself with an occasional tweet is just like, it's just shitting on the face of the citizen democracy. But that's just being disrespectful to things. It's not him actually doing harm per se. He's like Andrew Jackson. Except Andrew Jackson, instead of hating Mexicans, he hated Indians. What destroys my credibility? I have no idea what you're talking about. We got Jeffrey Epstein, you're dead, so get out of here. What destroys my credibility forever? What did I say that could possibly destroy my credibility? Will you decorate your beard for Christmas or maybe have a little robin's nest in there or mini cuckoo clock? No, probably none of those things. But I tell you what I will decorate. I will decorate my thumb with this thumb extender. Me being correct about things never destroys my credibility. It always simply reinforces it. Putin song in studio. Oh, you don't think he's ESFP? Well, keep in mind, I nor you have been able to actually type him. So it's my best guess, and I'm confident about it. If you think that's unbelievable or unlikely, then you don't understand typo. And that's fine too. Most people don't. My name is Vladimir Putin. Look at me, I'm scooting. Look at me, I'm Vladimir Putin. What you gonna do then for me? I want Crimea, I want it so bad. I got it now, and I had a wonderful war with Ukraine today. You think you can defeat me, but I am Putin. You keep away all of your weapons that were nuclear. And now you can't stop me from bypassing your borders, stealing all your land and taking your quarters. I'm Putin. I mean, that's start. Remember, to type somebody is to execute a process, right? A process of asking questions, determining things from the answers, asking other questions to eliminate all the possibilities. We can type somebody holistically. Like, I firmly believe that Trump is ESFP, but neither of us get to know that, right? We don't get to know what his type is because that requires us to actually do the determination of his type. I hope you liked the Putin song. It was wonderful. I'm already oiled up, Tinko thinks. I'm fully oiled up as usual. I don't start a stream before oiling up. Oh, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. No, Trump is TI polar. Trump is ESFP. He's not TI. No, he's not TI tool. TI tool people don't think talk is cheap. They think that's how you determine things is by negating with words. You got it all wrong. Please tell me you're not just Jeff Shaw getting TI so totally wrong, because of course Jeff Shaw is TI polar. It's not easy to understand when you don't get what is random and what is well determined by the right kind of analysis. If you think that Trump is TI2, you don't know what TI means, you a fool. Cause TI has no business with that talk is cheap shit. Yeah, talk is cheap cause it's not cheap. It's expensive instead. Oh yeah, get it into your head this time. Alright. I mean, if you think he's an ESTP, you have no idea what TI is. Because TI is consistency within one's words and the belief that one can and should negate things, claims, statements based on inconsistencies between words. You know, if you think Trump's an ESTP, you just do not know what TI is. Introverted thinking is the universal kind of evaluating things for correctness, whereas introverted feeling is the way of evaluating things on the basis of interests. So Trump's always thinking about interests and impacts and stuff, and never about legitimacy or correctness. That's obviously not TI dual. I mean, I'm not trying to ban you. I'm correcting you. If you want to be that wrong about it, that's fine. But I'm going to correct you about it, right? If you look at Trump and you're seeing TI tool, then you need to re-understand and correctly what introverted thinking means. Okay, Jeff. See you later, Jeff Shaw. Can you waste your time someplace else, please? I had a sandwich earlier, and you would have wanted to have seen it. Egg, bacon, sausage, and puddings. You know, I'm assuming that most ESFPs, most TI polar people, don't spend endless amount of time trying to convince people who do have introverted thinking in the front stack that their way of paying attention is fundamentally invalid. It's so strange. It's like, I don't deny Jeff Shaw that he has good understanding of what he wants and what's important to him, and he can calculate interests effectively, right? So why does he have so much difficulty conceding that I might have an equivalent attentional strength area? I have a weakness in those things I just articulated he does well, but I certainly have strength in articulating what's correct word-wise, using words from a definitional kind of perspective. What does this all mean? Hello, new smile, Eric. Hello, what does this all mean? I'm so pretty with my new smile. This is a temporary smile, obviously. Strange Caster wants me to rock on, and so I will. I will rock on. That's right. That's right. Uh-huh. wanna dance, if you wanna feel the spirit in your heart, you've got to dance with the feeling you bring about you around these parts. You've got to dance with your feet and your hands. You got to dance until you land in the plants. You got to sing and know what I mean. If you want to dance, you gotta play this song. This is the song that we dance to all along. If you want to dance, you gotta learn this song. This is the dancing song that's not wrong. Now it's time to dance, to dance. Once you said you didn't know how to dance, and that is exactly how you learned how to dance, because you knew what you needed. Then you started rapping, the chords went away. Everybody asked where they go to today. You said they went outside to do some dancing, and if you don't like it, you can travel to France then. And they will tell you the same thing that I'm telling you now. You got to dance. All right. So that song was about dancing. Hopefully you enjoyed it. Poo poo, pa 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 poo poo, poo poo poo, pa pa. What do you do? Do, ka ka, boo ta ta ta, poo 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 poo. What do you do with the shoe? I do not know. Let's do aerobics, we'll get some exercise. We'll put our arms in the air like this into our sides. We'll put our arms over here instead, we'll put our legs up like this, and then we'll get some exercise, and then we'll make a fist. Let's go! Work out and learn to be healthy. Let's go! Oh yeah. Wonderful. Another wonderful song. Seems a bit loose for Addie's. Yeah, I'm on Adderall and not on mushrooms today. I mushroomed yesterday, so you can't mushroom back-to-back days. It doesn't work. I could play some covers. Would you like me to play a Christmas song? I could play a Christmas song. Let's see. What's a good Christmas song? How about... Here we go. Rocking around the Christmas tree at the Christmas party hop. Mistletoe hung where you can see. Mistletoe hung where you can see. Every couple tries to stop. Rocking around the Christmas tree, let the Christmas party ring. Yum, 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 yum. Later we'll have some pumpkin pie and we'll do some caroling. You will get a sentimental feeling. You will get a sentimental feeling when you hear voices saying, let's be jolly. Deck the halls with boughs of holly. Rocking around the Christmas tree, have a happy holiday. Everyone dancing merrily in the new old-fashioned way. I'm not as good at playing covers on the piano, obviously, as I am on the guitar. I don't know the chords very well on the piano compared to the guitar. I could figure it out. Like I can't figure out A minor 7 on the piano, but I can play A minor. Not on the fly, anyway. I don't like the Mariah Carey song. I'm not a fan of that one. Sup, Eric? What would you consider to be the best way to recognize TI polar? Test it, you know? Ask a succession of questions that are basically treating words like uh, definitional set relation establishing things. And if people have something other than TI polar, they'll generally be able to put together some of those answers. FI polars are a little harder to determine for sure. You can reasonably predict certain kinds of answers from FI polar people to certain kinds of FI polar questions, but that is gameable. Like if you know in advance what I'm expecting, you can game that. Whereas you can't game the TI polar test. If you don't have that, if you have that way of paying attention as a blind spot, it will come through clearly when I test it, you know. You might be able to try to fake one or two questions, guess some answers correctly or something, but the bottom line is TI Polar will not be able to figure out TI questions. Certainly not without a piece of paper. Let's see what this clip is all about. Here, we'll put our legs up like this, and then we'll get some exercise, and then we'll make up this. Let's go. Work out and learn to be healthy. Let's go over here and we'll put our legs up like this, and then we'll get some exercise, and then we'll make up this. Let's go. Work out and learn to be healthy. Over here. That's a good clip right there. No doubt about that. It's a good clip. The beautiful thing about the tests that we do have that are like skills tests that aren't really gameable, particularly NE and TI and TE to a certain extent as well. But NI test works pretty well too. Is that they're the most robust thing that exists in all of personality and all of psychology, really, because what you're looking for is to have ways in which the naturally open system aspect of humans doesn't win. So like if you were to try to give me a Milgram experiment and check to see if I follow the authority figures, I would not be likely to do that. I'd be likely to say, no, I'm not doing this, and I have moral objections or whatever, partially because I'm aware of the Milgram experiment. And so I've learned from learning about that experiment not to be subject to its effect that it displays or it establishes, right? So what we want in psychology is stuff that isn't subject to that kind of open system adjustment. Yes, this is the real live stream. And what's beautiful about the TI test is it's indisputable that it's testing something, right? And when somebody has such an incredible amount of difficulty dealing with those TI questions, it's not because there's something wrong with them or that they're learning disabled or something, although they are likely to be pathologized as such. It's because that's their attentional blind spot. It just happens to be um, more more testable and more striking when it tests poorly than say FI polar, right? FI polar is at least as debilitating, you know, but it doesn't get pathologized. All right, I'm not gonna smoke a cigarette. I'm just gonna smoke some pot. What Jordan Peterson would think of cognitive functions when you explain them then? I mean, I don't know what he would think. He has his approach to understanding personality and cognitive functions, which is totally wrong, right? He thinks Big Five is more valid because of certain methodological approaches to validating that he thinks are legit that aren't. He also thinks he can understand personality and human nature essentially through an evolutionary psychology framework, which is just making up random shit and saying that everything that is that way because it was evolutionarily beneficial, which is just nuts for many reasons. Even if you were to try to accept evolution as an adequate mechanism to explain human beings, surely you couldn't expect to think that everything that made it into the genome was selected in favor of. So yeah, BS methodology is what Big Five is all about. Is BS methodology, and what we have with cognitive functions is something that's substantially more real and robust than anything else in psychology, because there's no disputing that people answer these TI questions on a range of possible ways, and that it goes from completely unable to instant mastery, right? So something's being tested there, and it's consistent as well. Like, even if you know the tests are coming and you try to game it, if you're TI polar, you won't be able to. That's robust. Do you think that Big Five is shallow? I think Big Five is just nonsense. People don't have attributes like conscientiousness, agreeableness, openness. People do have ways of paying attention. And when paying attention by certain ways, that's exclusive of paying attention by other ways concurrently for structural mechanical reasons that make sense. I don't think Jordan Peterson will listen to me because he's not, he, like most people, like almost everybody, he's not invested in being correct. He's invested in maintaining his positions and stuff. Most importantly, of course, this part doesn't explain anything. Like, let's say I get a score of meow agreeableness, meow neuroticism. Well, why? Why am I those things? Do they link to one another in any way mechanically? Like, is somebody who's more neurotic likely to be less open? If so, what's the mechanical relationship? To try to treat personality as something that doesn't involve any operations is insane. Another problem with Big Five is It's normative in a way that an actual personality explanation should not be. You know, basically, various aspects of personality in Big Five are either good or bad. Like, openness is generally good, agreeableness is generally good, neuroticism bad, conscientiousness is good, extroversion considered good, and given that personality is only meaningfully defined as aspects of the self that remain the same throughout one's life, then all Big Five is telling you is you suck and there's nothing you can do about it, and there's no reason why you suck this way. He's like, what is this for? How are we supposed to use this? Because it's obviously not worth anything because of its implicit correctness. So it must be useful in some way. Well, it's not useful either. So I don't know why anybody cares about it. Snape didn't die. If Snape didn't die, then he would be able to go back to 1988 and star in Die Hard again. Yes, that's right. The bad guy in Die Hard went on to play Snape many years later in Harry Potter. Facts. Little known facts, little known truths. Okay. Harry Potter. What are my opinion on Richard Dawkins' opinions on God? To the best of my knowledge, he's an atheist, right? I mean, atheists arguing against God are just making the same category error that religious people arguing in favor of God are making. Obviously, faith relationships, like a faith frame, a magical thinking frame that involves faith, that definitionally is not substantiated by argumentation. It's a non-argumentational frame of reference. So to try to make arguments like there about that is like saying, let's argue about whether you want to go jogging. I mean, what's there to argue about? I want to go jogging. No, you don't. But I do, though. Same thing with prayer, faith. It's a behavior, not a position statement, not something one argues about. So Richard Dawkins and the religious people who argue against him are both making the exact same mistake. Team has Sports Fest. You know, one of those team management games? It might be fun. I'm not a big game player, but Alan Rickman is right, Johnny Katz. That's the name of Snape and Hans Gruber. Hans Gruber was the villain in Die Hard, in case you don't recall. I thought when Alan Rickman changed accents in Die Hard from the Hans Gruber accent to his pretend American accent to fool John McClane, I thought he did a great job in his acting work there. Poor Bruce Willis. He has dementia. I feel bad for him. Yeah, he's got dementia. He can't speak basically anymore. He has a certain kind of dementia that caused him to lose the ability to come up with words. It's like more exclusively that than most kinds of dementia or something. I don't remember these aspects of it. And what Hogwarts house would someone like me be? I think I'd probably be in the Slytherin. Slytherin. Why? Because I don't want to be one of the goody two-shoes. I'm like, hey, we're a bunch of goody two-shoes. Maybe I could be Ravenclaw. Here you got a new grill, or is getting one. What do you think, Carol Lamb? This grill is what you're talking about? This is a temporary grill. It is ssuartscire here, yes. ssuartscire@gmail.com. That's my name, don't wear it out. Ron Weasley slowly. You want to roast Ron Weasley on a spit, spinning him slowly around? No, I'm not getting a gold grill. I just have to, I wait till the 22nd. I go back. They're going to take this out, undo all the stitches underneath it, get rid of the stitches, then put this back in. Then I got to wait another several months before I get my final teeth. So what types relate with what houses? What do you think? I mean, I don't really think the types go with the houses very well, but I guess if you were to try to attribute things to them, you'd give each of the houses a quadra, right? Like maybe Gryffindor is Alpha Quadra, maybe Slytherin is the NTJs and SFPs. Ravenclaw is like the NFPs and STJs, and what's the other one? Hufflepuff. That's like, I guess, no, I guess Gryffindor would be beta and Hufflepuff would be alpha. We'll go with that. Hufflepuff, alpha, Gryffindor, beta, Slytherin, the NTJ SFPs, and Ravenclaw, the NFP STJs. I forget what those quadrants are called. Which one's Delta and which one's Gamma? What personality type would you say Harry Potter is? I don't really know. Maybe an ISFJ? Seems very concerned about his past a lot, you know. Hermione, she seems like maybe she might be an ESTJ. She certainly seems to be capable, gets a lot of stuff done. What about George McFly? That's a tough one. You're talking about Marty McFly's dad, right? Get your damn hands off her. I think that would probably be, I don't know, ISTJ maybe? Maybe INTP? I'm not sure. They do say Hermione's an ESTJ, really? Well, I think that makes sense, actually. She might be likable as a character in a way that makes us think that maybe she's not ESTJ, but I think that ESTJ makes sense. Doc Brown and Biff. Doc Brown is INTP, ENTP, INTJ maybe. Biff is Maybe, I don't know. I don't know about this. He was brave and got the chick. That's a good story ending for Marty. Yes, I watched Hunter x Hunter. Marty didn't get the chick. Marty's dad got the chick. Marty may have also gotten the chick, but he didn't get his own mom, which is what it looked like he was going to get for a while. And Rachel, I don't know if you're aware, but there's spaghetti here. There's also some Parmesan cheese if you get hungry. If you're still here. Hisoka is I don't know. I don't remember Hunter well enough to remember all the characters, their names, and what types they are. It's been a while since I watched it. Is Hisoka like the guy with the like playing card theme kind of? Andy Dick, what type is he? I don't know. I don't know. It's hard for me to guess on people that I don't have any chance to ask questions to and stuff. Don't go through life like George. You don't have to. George McFly was a pussy. The chick wasn't into him. Then he showed her he wasn't such a wimp. She was into him. It's a good lesson. Right. Well, he had to tell that guy, get your damn hands off her. That was his moment of triumph. I had kind of one of those moments in middle school where there was this kid who had started trying to like bully me between classes. He'd stand in front of my locker and try to like prevent me from getting to it. And that went on for a few days. And then one day I walked up and he was standing in front of my locker being like this. And I grabbed his neck and started choking the shit out of him. Till the teacher came and made me stop. He never bothered me again. Why do you say that Harry is or seems like ISFJ? I don't know, just what I pulled out of my ass. He seems rather obsessed with his parents and his past, right? Um, he seems like he's got a lot of SI self concept stuff going on, but I don't really know. It's hard for me to type characters. I don't generally like to type characters because they're not actually people and they're only sometimes written consistently as one kind of type. The doctor in that film seems like he's tweaked out. The doctor in Back to the Future? Yeah, you mean Doc Brown. Yeah, he's a little bit of a tweaker maybe. I think most good ideas involve a little bit of tweaking. So I like BoJack Horseman. Yeah, I think it's an absolutely brilliant TV series. Rather dark too, you know. It's funny, but it's also dark. But really, really powerful, good stuff. I think the BoJack Horseman character himself is a maladaptive INFJ. BoJack? No, I think he's a toxic INFJ. They shot most of the scenes in that movie with Eric Schultz before Michael J. Fox. I want to see those scenes. They should release that shit. Well, it's both hilarious in large chunks of it, and in some parts of it very sad. The show is typed INFP. How can a show have a personality type? The character of BoJack Horseman is clearly not an INFP. You have an INFP character in that show who's the Asian lady. She might be INTP, I'm not sure, but you've got some pretty well differentiated characters in that show, but BoJack Horseman is a little bit tricky to peg. Could be a toxic INFJ, could be ENFJ, could even potentially be some kind of toxic ESTP. Seems beta quadra regardless. It's like the vibe of it, I guess, or they like watching it. I never saw it, so I don't know. Just like they type bands on there based on the feel of the music. Well, I mean, you can type artists based on the feel of the music for sure. Like LCD Sound System, you might say that's an INFJ band, but what you really mean is James Murphy, who is in charge of the shit. He's an INFJ. What about Aberdolf Linker from Rick and Morty? Well, being half Hitler and half Abraham Lincoln, I'm gonna say he's a combo personality type. Do I like Tucker Carlson emission? I don't know what that means. Rick is by and large an ENTP, but he's got much better and more effective TESE than an actual ENTP ever would, and that's common in ENTP characters because when you're telling a story, you want people to do stuff, right? You don't want them to just say stuff. I want a cigarette, but I'm not going to have one. I mean, there are several steps before I actually do that, Hero Lamb, but this is one of the steps that needs to be completed before I consider genuinely doing that. I need to get a few things in order, right? I don't want to attempt to do that unless I can make a real run at it. I do think that having presentable teeth is necessary, but insufficient condition to a lot of things, right? Like if I just want to get a job as a substitute teacher here in Mariposa County, I can probably get that job no problem if I just look presentable-ish. But with the teeth the way they looked prior to getting this done, that is just a little bit too hillbilly for that line of work, you know? But in addition, I would like to try to direct my effort towards generating more income via typing sessions, which means making and uploading more kind of typology videos and shorts about that kind of stuff and trying to advertise that. And I think that everything will be slightly more successful to more than slightly more successful, depending on the kind of thing, when I don't have this obvious deficit I've got to overcome of not being pleasant to look at, you know? I actually can eat less well right now than I could prior to getting this done because this temporary denture is not for eating. It's for enunciating. It's for looking like I have teeth, but I can't chew anything with this. Prior to getting this stuff done, I had one functioning molar up top that connected with a mole on the bottom, and I could actually chew whatever on this side of my mouth. Now I can chew less, but that's a temporary state of being. And I'm just going to have to get accustomed to blending stuff, making it easier for me to swallow without chewing. Okay, so I started doing this yesterday. Then I got tired of it, and I stopped doing it. Let's do a little bit more of it. little pushing with the big pusher. Okay. How do we put those over there? You might say, well, Eric, what are you going to do with those? Don't you put them over there? Well, I will show you. All right. You guys want to see, I can tell, the true magic of Christmas, and you're about to. It's going to blow you away so much, you try to climb down the chimney and end up like Phoebe Case's dad in Gremlins. Hey there, darling. Have I lost weight? I don't think so. I think I'm about the same weight as always. I might start to lose weight over time as I continue to compensate for this missing teeth stuff, you know. But what are we going to do about that big pile of stuff? First of all, I could get a broom, the regular old broom here. Sweep up a bit more of this stuff up here. Okay. Now we're going to light it on fire. Because that's actually what we're supposed to do around here. Of course, you want to light something on fire properly. You can't pussyfoot around. There. A little bit of gasoline. There we go. So just burn that up. And before you know it, I have a push broom. I do have a push broom. This one. See? I also have this. There. Isn't that burning up nicely? Well, what do you guys think? Did I do a good job? I think so. Took quite a while to burn up, huh? And there's just a bunch of pine needles. Takes longer to burn up than you'd think. Pretty good. It's almost done. It's gotten to be a pretty small fire now. Must be some wet logs or other debris. And since it's so smoky, well, yeah, it's wet. That's why I'm burning right now. If it were dry, it wouldn't be a good time to burn. It's not like it just rained or anything, but it's very much not fire risk right now. Good enough. It just started anyway. I got some of the stuff burned up. Now let's put the gasoline back. And you know, if I wanted to be all super fire safe, I could put some bucket of water on there or something. But it's fine the way it is. It's not going to catch anything on fire. Oh, there is just some rocks there. How are you going to catch the rocks on fire? Okay. Well, that was an adventure the whole family could enjoy. Clean out this drain a little bit here. All right. Let's go back inside. Let's do a salt rinse. And maybe probably just that. I think it's not quite time for another antibiotic or anti-inflammatory, so. Heads up, trouble. Thick shovel. Yeah, it's a what do you call it? Snow shovel. It's for snoveling show. It's for shoveling snow. No, Jeff Epstein, it's not human fat. I don't understand what's the reward you get for just being like kind of mindlessly provocative, like. Be more interesting in your provocations would be preferable. I think we could all agree on that. All right, let me smoke a little bit of pot, and when I'm done doing that, I think I'm going to put pot in a bag because I still have that work to do. Do I like the Big Bang Theory? No. I think it's DUMB. There's a chart that shows by dumb people for dumb people, by smart people for dumb people, by dumb people for smart people. Or no, it's about dumb people for dumb people, about smart people for dumb people, about dumb people for smart people, and about smart people for smart people. Big Bang Theory is a show about smart people for dumb people. And so I do not like it accordingly. It's not for me. It was never intended for me.
Give you European kids.
Of course, darling.
Nice work with the.
Ciao, Bella.
Ciao, Bella.
Am I a smoker now? I'm not smoking cigarettes, no. I'm about to smoke some pot. For obviously good reason. Because I'm not smoking cigarettes, so. When I feel the urge to smoke one, I go, oh, fine, I'll just smoke some pot. It's fine.
It's not ruining meat for you, is it?
No, it's just making not smoking cigarettes a little less egregious because I can smoke something, you know. Hi, Johnny Doe. How's Rocheliano?
I'm good.
Rocheliano is a good name.
I
I
like
like
it
it.
too. Yeah.
Maybe I go with Rocheliano, so it doesn't sound like Roach.
Yeah, Rochy. Or does Roch sound like crotch too much?
That's fine though. It just rhymes with it. It doesn't sound like it.
Okay.
Rocheliano. That's the Italian pronunciation of Rachel. 25 years ago, did I think I would call someone darling? Sure. I mean, I think I've always used darling and honey, sweetie, stuff like that with a relationship partner. Never really baby or babe, though. Never been a
This
fan of
isn't your
those.
style,
Yeah, that's not
really.
my style. Pudding, darling, pumpkin, sugar plum, but not babe, bae, or baby.
I call you Bay
You do,
sometimes.
yes. But you and I have different in terms of endearment.
True. I like to call you handsome.
Yes, you do. I call you beautiful too all the time. You're my human pageant winner.
Thank you.
You gotta remember also, probably, 25 years ago, I was 29 years old. Have you heard of the wreck of Edmund Fitzgerald? No, never heard of it. Where's the mouse? Over there. The wreck of Edmund Fitzgerald, huh? I'll Google it. Refers to the sinking of the American Great Lakes freighter on Lake Superior during a storm in 1975. All 29 crew members died. The ship broke in two before sinking into the lake's deep waters. And the event was memorialized in Gordon Lightfoot's 1976 song, The Wreck of the Edmund Fitzgerald. Huh. Did not know anything about the wreck or the song.
Me neither.
Is it a good song? Song's fantastic, you say. Okay, I'm going to have to listen to a little bit of it. I'm going to mute this for a second. Okay, well, I feel like I understand the whole song already after listening to just a little bit of it. I can tell you right now, even if it is a good song, at 6.5 minutes, it is too long. I'm sorry, that is too long. I, for some reason, can't imagine myself to call someone like that. What do you think about that? Well, I think that our terms of endearment probably link a lot to what we had modeled for us by our parents and those kind of relationships. My parents used those kinds of terms with each other, and yeah, I call my daughter darling too. I call my daughter darling, or maybe sweetie. Probably not honey, but I call her darling or sweetie, or princess, or Delilah. Honey, though, seems more like for a significant other, not for a kid. There's no reason for me to think that it's just. Is she married now? She's not married, but she's living with somebody. Probably they will get married, I would guess. Those barbers, man, it's never just a little off the top anymore. I'm sorry to hear that, Leon Hawkins. Did they butcher your hair? Whose type? Delilah's boyfriend's type? I'm not sure yet.
The only thing that I could find that two of them had in common was that they play games.
He seems like he's definitely TI,
Mm-hmm.
And maybe an NTP. I'm not sure. Though.
It's hard.
I didn't get to talk to him enough. Like Delilah was kind of not letting me have free range to probe and ask questions the way I wanted to.
I didn't take it as that, but it was.
Fructose as a term of endearment. Fructose is fruit sugar, as opposed to maybe that's sucrose. Now sucrose is I'm not sure. Glucose is regular sugar. I don't know. There are different kinds of sugars. What do you think about corn syrup as a term of endearment? How's it going, corn syrup? I'm not corn syrup. I'm made out of real sugar. In West Ontario, we say fructose and glucose. There's an oldie song that goes like this. Bum, 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 bum. Oh, sugar, sugar, bum, 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 bum. You are my bigger girl, and I keep on loving you. Yeah, I'm familiar with that song. I know that song because it's the greatest song of all time. Yeah. A lot of people don't know that, but it is. I've just been sad. I gave up long ago. Was sometimes mad. Amelia. Thought I'd have a little background music on for shits and giggles. Why not? The details of your case. Sounds like a pretty bad recording. Round them up, boys. Look the mules. What's going on here? Water roll up. Alright. What time is it? I'll tell you what time it is. It's caterpillar time. Between Halloween and Christmas, which do I like more and why? I like Christmas more because you celebrate Christmas like a month, You celebrate Halloween for one day, really. It's caterpillar time. This is caterpillar time. That's what this is. It's caterpillar time. You come outside. Your arms are folded. I'm getting scolded for playing again. Too much noise in the data stream. Okay, let's see what you're saying. What types do you think are more socially awkward, FE 7th or FE 4th? Well, I think FE 7th isn't so much awkward implicitly as they are disengaged from the issue of social grace and awkwardness. Whereas FE 4th is going to be more like self-aware about their awkwardness. FE 3rd as well. You could say FE 3rd is more awkward than 4th because as an extrovert, my FE 3rd is going to take more chances and fail more. You know? I feel like you would like the band The Magnetic Fields. Maybe I would. I've never heard of them. I guess I'll take a sip of this stuff, maybe. I'll turn this up a little bit. I'm just having a little bit of background music. I don't know, man. ISTPs seem unaware that they can be blunt without thinking. I think ISTPs have worse FE than INTPs. ISTPs are more likely to be perceived as mean. Because INTP is doing all of their action with words, ISTP is doing the opposite. You can't just monger and leave. It's rude. You know that. All right. That'd be a good combination with the amphetamines and a little bit of smoking with it too, you know. Would I rather kill all tigers or all lions? I'm gonna say lions. You know, tigers are kind of cooler looking, cleaner animals. Monger me fish and monger me hats. Maybe guy I know is ISTP mistyped. He types as INTP. One time he said that he's not a personable person, can't get by on personality alone. It's probably weak FE either way. Yeah, well, either type might say that, but I'd say ISTPs are much more likely to be perceived as dicks. What do you want, Trouble? I feel very extroverted, not in the typology sense, but in a general notion of getting energy from being around people, but I find myself too anxious and awkward to be as social as I want to be. Well, I mean, I don't really think that's a good definition of extroverted. I mean, it's fine, like a colloquial definition of extroverted being sort of gregarious, social. That's a fine enough word to use to mean that, but yeah, if you think about it, it's like the extrovert functions are ways of taking action. The action functions, NE and SE, are ways of taking action in static systems. The interface functions, TE and FE, are ways of taking action in dynamic or responsive systems. Same thing with the introverted functions. The knowledge functions are ways of making determinations, having statuses, understanding, or whatever you want to call it, about static stuff. And the determination functions, FI and TI, are about dynamic stuff. In other words, you got to work with it to make the determination, as opposed to simply having the knowledge arrive all of a sudden. So really, if you wanted to minimize the amount of verbiage you use, you'd say there are dynamic and static action functions and dynamic and static epistemics.
Burn the single burden that burn deserves, or so say the tattlers telling on burn. Bats are colonial, bees are swarmy. A quiver's worth of cobra res is making me horny. Got a cat named Capillo and a dog named Bird. Cassiopeia is the name of my bird. There's no powder for my cat. Bird has no pack. Got no grip of badgers, cause badgers attack. And the same goes for weasels, which come in a sack. But my Cassie's in a murder and they're all in black.
Nobody's coming alone today. Nobody's alone.
All of the creatures gather up their crews.
Gather their crews.
You lions, your pride, exaltation, a dove, a downfall, a slides, and one pair of gloves. There's a pot of whales, burst of grapes, bounce the nails, swap away, snip the cheese, frown of fails, can of mace, turn the tails.
Caroline says,
porcupines,
I am a literal introvert. I get burnt out from the crowd's energy. I got to get some time to myself to think about how I'm feeling about stuff. Fair enough, Hero Lamb. Fair enough. Because you know what? Our feelings matter. They matter more than you'd ever imagine or dream. Mm-hmm. I know what you're saying. You're saying, put this on. Hey Cameron, how you doing? Except all the famous individuals here in the chat, everyone here is famous to somebody, some cat, some dog, some rat, some frog. I get lonely real easily. I wish to put myself out there to have more interesting experiences, like start a band or just generally being a part of something bigger. But I find myself too anxious and awkward. You sound unbalanced, chaotic and deprived. You should try stuff despite the fear. Would you consider yourself more left or right politically? I would consider myself correct. I am correct about each political thing, each statement, each position, each matter of public policy, independent of any ideology. I don't affiliate with the team, cause that's not the way to be right about stuff. That's how to be on a team instead. I'm here in Vegas where a third feral cat is hanging out with me and Greg and Cat. Group dynamics change with the new cars. The cats, I mean, cause that's how they are by far. That's why Cameron's in Las Vegas to teach the cats how to be nice to Shagus. Shagus is another cat that's coming around, and he'll be treated badly if Cameron doesn't set the ground rules for the other cats. You gotta be nice to that cat, or else you'll be demoted to a bat. With glide flaps, everywhere you look there be glide flaps. The newest cat is called Gangster, huh? Is he like the Al Capone kind of gangster or the rap kind of gangster? Now an indoor cat and slowly getting less anxious around people. He is now inside a vat and getting less anxious around all the people. Meow, 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 meow. That's how I tell him how he can relax and be less anxious now. Meow, 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 meow. That's how I tell him, and I say, wow, you are very much less anxious now. Okay, everybody, now we're rap. This is a beat that you can rap to. That's how you know that eggs smell like songs. I don't know what eggs smell like wrong. Joe Rogan, Eric, is he F5 polar? I tend to think he might be ESTP yoler. perhaps. I don't know really that much because I haven't watched a shit ton of his stuff, young buck. I don't know. Why don't I know? Because I am too slow. I can't learn because I got a disability. It's called being dumb. Boo. Bop. What? I don't understand the things you say. Boo. Bop. What? I think Joe Rogan has things to say, but I haven't listened to them, so I don't know what he's all about, Jim. I guess that he likes conspiracy and kind of weird stuff like that. You know, he's into that stuff. Ba-da-boop, ba-da-boop, beady-bop-bop-ba-doo. I wonder what this is. Glued to? What does glued to mean? Let's see. You think that Joe Rogan's a homosexual? I have no idea. I see. Well, when you start your 16p phase, Eric, in the early 30s, no, I didn't really start getting into personality types until I was in my early 40s because it wasn't until I was in my 40s that I learned about cognitive functions. Prior to that, I just had MBTI personality type descriptions, you know. And I didn't know there was any mechanics to it. Let's see about this one. This is a dumb way to record stuff that I did because it's mixed together into one thing. This part's fine. Slowing it down, slowing the beat down. Okay. Oh, then I start doing that, so. Let's see what happens now. Slowing it down, huh? Okay, well, that's fine. Now let's see what happens. All of this is useless. Because you can't mix it together like that, obviously. I don't know what I ever thinking trying to do that. It's so dumb of me. Diggy 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 do. Ba diggy 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 da. Ba diggy do, ba diggy diggy da. You want a song about Zionism, huh? Okay. Okay. Here we go. Let me just make this a loop. His name is Zion Williamson. He plays basketball for the Pelicans and he plays in the National Basketball Association. But he's always injured because he came out of Duke, highly touted, but he was too big and kind of outgrouted. And that's why he's always getting hurt and falling down. And he don't play no basketball no how because he sits on the bench making millions of bucks. Zion Williamson, what you doing there, chump? Why don't you learn to make things that are good? And then that way you play so good. The Pelicans must regret drafting you from the NBA shoe because you just fall down and you hurt yourself. And Zion Williamson, you're a hell of a belt. My song about Zionism. This would make a good wrestling entry. Wrestle and wrestle and do the 10 free and be a Bentley. And what you say, I'm gonna drive a Bentley all day today. Finish and move on the ESTJ. I love Zionism in no great way. It's the study of Zion Williamson and his ways of playing basketball when he does, son. Is that right? Are you sure? What about this, though? What about this? Wiggity wah and a woggity woo. Who do you think that you know that you do? Who do you think that you are that you be? If you don't be she, then you be he. I can't imagine why you invisibility pal. Fast having that make you smile. Because you shouldn't smell worse when you don't feel like a thing that is on the earth. Nobody can see you because you're invisible. You can't be seen with eyes or chrysables. Nobody wants to look at you anyway because you don't look like anything except transparency. You're invisible. Yes, you are. There's no reason to look over your direction car because nothing to see right there. Just invisibility in the plain old air. And that's why you don't want to become invisible. Nobody will want to look at you. Things to remember. Things to appreciate. Hi, Infinite Worlds. These guys, they crack me up. Which guys are you talking about, Chuck? Talking about these guys? There we go. That's it. The end. I'm done with that thing. Had enough of it. Get out of here, you. I'm walking. I'm walking over here. I don't remember the way the song goes, but
This is a song that walks. This is a walking song. If you want to walk right, you better sing along. This is a song that walks. This is a walking song. And if you don't sing it when you walk, you're walking wrong.
this is a song that walks. This is a walking song. And if you want to sing it right, you better walk along. And if it's a song that walks, it's a walking song. And if you don't sing it when you walk, you're walking wrong. Let's walk. We'll use our feet. We'll use our legs. We'll stomp our meat. Let's walk around the street. Everybody likes to walk a walking beat. A walking song, a song that walks. If you don't want to walk wrong, walk in your socks. If you want to walk right instead, then sing this song while you're walking. You'll be right in the head. Walk, walk. A walk out, walk, walk. You can't run if you're walking and talking, son. You can't walk if you're running and talking one. But that's why I walk and bun. The only acronyms Kindle is concerned about is a BBC. Now listen here, you get your big black cock out, dear, because that stands for British Broadcasting Company. And that's much more agreeable in mixed company, see? You can't have bad words in a YouTube video, Tad. You sure about that? Yeah, I am. I'm sad about it. Maybe no, I'm not. I'm mad, but it's glad too. Why? Because I don't want to use such crude terms like big black cock. That's not appropriate. Get it out of my dock. Get it out of my clock. I don't need it around this duck or that dog. It's a British Broadcasting Company. Okay? That's much more acceptable. I also say it's very unfair to black people. Like, what if you're a black guy? You don't have a really big dick. Everyone's like, what's wrong with you, Brit? You're black, supposed to have a really big cock in your head and such, but I don't. I just have a regular one. So what am I going to do? I'm going to constantly disappoint Sue because she expects me to be you when you are black and you got a big cock in your head, but I don't because I'm black and I got a regular cock instead. Well, that's not fair. I think I'd rather be dead than endure unfairness for the rest of my life. This is a walking song. This is a song that walks. This is a fun song too. Oh my God. You guys. It's like we were so good together, but now we're breaking up. I'm here by myself, thinking about sad stuff. Montage, over to you now. You're doing your own stuff. We're no longer together. We're both sighing. God, this is sad. Well, nothing to do but move on with life, I guess. Oh, we're breaking up and feeling so sad. Look at me tossing salad by myself. I'm making salad for one. Oh, now it just seems pointless. Just, we're just throwing this salad away now. Get out of here. You just remind me of sad times. Okay. Hey Kay, how are you today? Sleepy. I should be asleep yesterday. You followed tons of women on OnlyFans. So, the Michigan coach attended the Diddy Kentucky Derby party in 2018. But what did he do specifically this time that got him arrested? That's what I want to know. That's a pretty good beat. It's a pretty good one. He was boning his assistant. Then he showed up at her house with a knife and threatened to stab her, I guess, and himself because he was a big mess. Now he's in jail because he was boning his assistant to snail. Didn't matter if it was rain or hail. He was boning his assistant. That's what one does with one's assistant if one's name is Cuz, the Michigan head coach. Likes to bone his assistant with his penis in her vagina. I'm gonna put it in there. I'm gonna bone my assistant. And then I'm gonna freak out and bring a knife over and get myself in jail and get myself fired. He's got a wife and 3 kids. He forfeited $16 million left on his contract because he couldn't keep his jizz in his pants. Had to bone his assistant. She was from France, perhaps. Don't bone your assistant. If you're a head coach of Michigan, you better not bone your assistant, or you're gonna get yourself fired. If you're coaching football for a big school, leave your bone at at home. Leave your tool, don't bone your assistant. You better stop boning that assistant right now. You should have stopped boning her earlier. What's with the knife? Like, what's that all about? Assistant boner, stop boning your assistant. You're gonna be a loner. You're gonna resist it. No, you didn't. Now you're in jail. You're not a stoner. Instead, you're an assistant boner. Ain't nothing good come from that. Better leave that assistant alone, not get on that baby fat. So yeah, don't bone your assistant. It's a good idea. If you are going to bone your assistant, don't be married. You know, another good idea.
Song that walks. This is a walking song. If you want to walk right, you better sing along.
This is a song that walks. It's a walking song.
And if you don't
Sing it when you walk, you're walking wrong. This is a song that walks. This is a walking song.
If you want to walk strong, you better sing along. This is a song that walks, a walking song. If you don't sing it when you walk, you're walking wrong.
That guy makes a good point. He's saying that. A really good point. Hi there, Steve. Must be a funky, funky time. Funky, lunky time. It's just regular time. Even the most regular time is endowed with these funky rhymes. And everybody knows the spirit of goodness. You can tell by the change in the tropical way. Here we are by the Mexican Bay, enjoying all that Tijuana has to offer. Include piñatas and including piggy banks made of ceramics and stuff. Bienvenidos to Tijuana, capital city of Mexico. It's a place where all the drug lords go to form their cartels. Don't get that piñata there. It's filled with piping hot flan that will get in your hair and burn your skin. Piping hot again. Go to Tijuana today. Learn to make a Tijuana splay. Make a taco, burrito, and such. Live with your Mexican lunch. Go find a factory or two that manufactures cars out of adobe and poo. Find a sombrero to put on you, you're in Mexico. I like that song. Good. Hawaiian Piff here. Hello, a delicious tube for you. Hi, Steve. Hi, Johnny Katz. I gotta figure out how to send him the song I made. Well, you could, email it to me. My email address, I'll put it right here. You think you know how to sing, Eric? If you think what genre you sing best? Well, sure, I know how to sing. Not just because I've been singing my whole life, but also I was actually in a boys' choir from age 8 to like 14. So I got kind of formal singing training. And I was singing in a band and stuff, improving my singing abilities for a long time. I sing quite well if you just care about like pitch and I guess like mic awareness. But is the quality of my voice a good quality of voice? That's a harder question to answer. How long did the shrooms hit till last night? Well, they lasted their normal 5.5 hours. They hit fast though last night. They came on fast, whereas the last time I took them, they came on slow. I didn't trip as hard last night as I did the time before, even though I had way more visuals. Kind of an odd mix of stuff going on. But I had a good time. It felt, as mushrooms always do, it felt very, like, spiritually right, healthy, good for my mental health. And that's certainly not the case with all drugs. Some drugs I think of as things I have to be careful with because they don't correlate well with mental health. That's more common than, well, mushrooms is the one real drug that I think is actually spiritually, mentally, exactly what I ought to do. It gives me like a whole reset, makes me kind of unfiendy, like satisfied feeling for a little while afterwards, and for the duration of the trip, I'm really focused on the positive, or sometimes the correct if somebody's being wrong. Yeah, I know who Charlie is. What's my greatest memory from the trip? I mean, I don't have a greatest memory from it per se, but if I were trying to think of what I might want to rewatch if I were to look at the stream, I might want to rewatch some of my jokes about having the big thumbs. I think he's very reasonable. I think he's likable, reasonable. I don't watch him on the regular or anything, but I have watched a fair amount of his content before. He gets a thumbs up from me. INTP seems very plausible with him, but I'm not 100% sure. I have to test that stuff directly. ISFJs can do a good imitation of NTPs sometimes if you're not actually testing the abilities. I thought CJ O'Connell was an ENTP before I typed him, and I realized he was an ISFJ. Let's go ahead and do a little bit of this. Might as well, right? Get a little something done here. It needs to be done. What else could I get done that needs to be done? One thing I could do after I do a little bit of this is I could make a few short things that are intended to be clipped into shorts from this live stream. So I could do some cognitive function stuff like. I think I'll do that after I'm done with a little bit more of this. Like I'll say something along the lines of what I said earlier, but with an explicit mind towards making it clean so I can clip it. Something like, to understand cognitive functions in its most distilled sense, we could think of there as simply being action functions and understanding functions. Extroverted sensing and extroverted intuition are action functions that operate on static systems. In other words, you get your turn to complete your action before anything changes. Extrovert thinking and extrovert feeling are ways of taking action with dynamic or responsive systems where you've got to do, check, adjust, do, check, adjust. Or where you have to engage back and forth. You can't take an action all the way. Understand that your action is complete. Your action is taken in a sequence of exchanges rather than a complete action, you know. And talk about something like that. Just have to think about how to distill it best. I guess one good way to make the distinction is to say if you're writing an essay explaining why A Muppet's Christmas Carol is a great film, then you can take your time to write out that whole thing, edit, fix, adjust, write, etc., and wait until you're all the way done writing that essay before you give anybody else their turn with it, right? So now that you've completed your essay, you publish it online and people read your review, and then they get a chance to do their take of action, respond to what you said, critique it, agree with it, whatever. In contrast, if you're having a conversation with somebody and you're telling them about that movie, well, you're not just going to be able to stand there, if you want to have a good social experience anyway, and give an entire essay-length monologue regarding what you thought about the film. There's going to need to be some back and forth, some exchange between the two people. If you want to engage in that kind of dynamic action correctly or successfully, you have to be aware of what the other person wants. In the previous example with the essay, it's assumed that you don't have to worry about that because they're choosing to engage that thing that you put up or not. Whereas choosing to have a conversation with you is not the same thing as choosing to listen to an extremely long review of a movie, right? Okay, that's some more progress on this. Got, look at all that. I got there at the bottom of the bag. That's good. Alright, now let's go back over here. Let me look at the thing and let me try to do this thing I was just talking about doing. Okay, I'm going to meow this idea out as best I can. We'll do it like this. So, all personality type with typology is based on the idea that people pay attention in specific ways to the exclusion of others. The quickest and easiest way to understand this phenomenon as observationally so is to note that when we take action with words, there are two different ways we can do that. I could write an essay about how my opinions about a movie, say The Muppets Christmas Carol, or I could have a conversation with somebody about it. If I'm writing the essay, I get to complete all of the action, say everything I want to say before I publish it. And then somebody else gets a turn to respond to it. I can't take that approach if I'm having a conversation with somebody because that's a dynamic kind of action that requires me to be responsive to what the other person is saying and revealing about what I'm saying. The same thing is true with physical actions slash figuring things out. So if I know in advance all the things I'm going to do and then I just execute that task, well, that's the same kind of thing that's a static system we talked about before. We get to complete the whole thing before you actually have to be responsive to anything. In contrast, if I have to figure out how to do something, then I have to be responsive to the data in real time that's informing me as to whether this is working or not, right? So, this dynamic static thing, this static being turn based time and dynamic being real time or responsive time, this applies both in terms of forms of action, but also in terms of epistemics or ways of understanding, knowing things. So, if you want to engage with something where you get to determine things in full before any kind of action is taken, and you can take your time as you see fit, that kind of static approach involves the deliberation functions, introverted thinking and introverted feeling, both of which take time to make determinations. If you're engaging with stuff that requires you to interface dynamically as a form of action, then you're going to know, which occurs instantaneously, either holistically or via experience. And it too represents uh, part of that dynamic static equation, namely, it's how you understand dynamically. I mean, in general, the thing about personality is that if we if we define what we're talking about and simply make correct observations, we're barely even making any arguments, you know? It, Pointing out that people pay attention in different possible ways is establishable by simple, obvious, correct observation. It is the case that knowing the answer to something and figuring out the answer to something are different ways of paying attention. There's no way to deny that, right? I don't know what type Sam Hyde is, but I don't like him. Pretty cat, will you drop the rabble rousing? We all know how terrible it is. I don't need to be reminded of it constantly. So, and the thing is, the claims that defensible typology makes are not claims anybody should ever try to dispute because it's simply saying that people pay attention. We can measure attention spent in actual units of time, right? So, like, even in a colloquial understanding of attention, I'm paying attention to this subject for a certain duration of time, even if we're just talking about the subject that we're paying attention to, not the kind of attention. But because I can easily articulate distinctions between ways of paying attention that are indisputably so observationally, in other words, that punching something is different than saying words to something, but they're both forms of action. It's indisputable. So, some of the realities of functions are easier to present as indisputably observationally so, like that, than others, right? Some things are harder to define than others. Mostly in terms of like having them intuitively resonate. Most people want to understand things by having them intuitively resonate. Unless they don't want to understand it at all. Like, if there are plenty of people who don't want it to mean anything specific because they want it to be something they play with rather than something that helps them understand. Former Michigan coach lost out on $16 million. Well, the bonus assistant, if he would have boned someone outside the program, he would still be employed. I mean, not if he threatened her with a knife. I think that would have, getting arrested for that kind of stuff is going to get you fired. It's also an asshole, a matter of perspective. Well, the nice thing about personality type and cardinal functions is if we approach it from the outset with the right approach, we shouldn't ever have any real conflict about it, because defensible typology just makes some very straightforward claims. They're easy to substantiate and very difficult to negate, and that are on their face superior to alternatives in psychology that attempt to explain what we generally refer to as personality. And you've got something powerful when it takes questions that befuddle people and have befuddled people for shit tons of years, and have been seem to be unanswerable accordingly, or have no good answers, and then cognitive functions comes along and resolves it completely. You've had in the study of epistemologies this question of what comprises knowledge versus belief, etc., what's truth, blah, 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 blah. Well, regarding the knowing question and such, the answer is so straightforward when you know cognitive functions. One knows something because that means they paid attention via knowing. They know it via their experience, they know it via their intuition. And what makes knowledge distinct from, say, determination is knowledge occurs instantaneously. Determination is a process executed over time. Now, knowledge might not occur instantly when you want it to, or when it would best be arriving, but when it does arrive, it's all at once. So then we recognize also that you might very well know that you have a stomachache, because that's a way of knowing, right? It's something that you feel in your body that informs you about your body, and you know it experientially. For you to know that is not for it to be justified through belief. It means that you've experienced something that informs you via the knowledge way of paying attention regarding the status of your body. And then the question of justified through belief, well, justifications occur on two different metrics, TI and FI. FI using impacts, TI using correctness. I think if there's one quick lesson I would love for people to internalize about cognitive functions, it's that I guess it's that knowing with your intuition should only make you shouldn't make you very confident about something, because we can correctly know with our intuition and it still be wrong. The correct intuitive leap to make when you have a couple pieces of evidence near one another interacting in some way, I'd say the obvious conclusion is, the correct intuitive conclusion is, but it might be actually something not like you thought at all, right? For example, Rachel thought that because my dad kept all these magnets on his fridge from this one real estate lady, that he in some way endorsed that real estate lady. Actually, he just collected fridge magnets. She made the correct intuitive leap that he did that for a reason and that she could intuit it. But it was wrong because he did not intuit that. He was unipolar. So he was not going to have the same kind of reason that she was going to assume he must, projecting her own NI frame onto him. Also, physically knowing what the people I care about are up to at any moment, whether they tell me or not. What sounds gross? What are we doing here? Peeing in a bottle? If you take the zeros away from 100s, you get 1. That's true. I mean, not everything can be checked with logic, right? So some things have to be known holistically, and you can't verify or falsify what you know with your intuition. Like, I don't know if it arrived yet or not. I purchased it last night, but it's got to go UPS, and who knows how long it's going to take to get there. Hopefully it gets there fast. I don't remember seeing a date that was put there when I got it at any point. Like, you can only use your intuition to know if a given song or video is good or stuff like that. You might be able to have a lot of good reasons as to why something's bad, because there are definitely things that are horrible mistakes that ruin something, right? And that doesn't require so much intuition, although it still relies on something that you can't establish by operationally defining things. There's no way to define quality in art in a way that allows you to have a recipe and make good art from it, or to know whether a given decision artistically is a good decision based on this explanation that you have. So accordingly, you can only intuit about it. But the thing to remember is, just because something is only known intuitively doesn't mean it's not correct or incorrect. It is the case that some songs are better than others, and some people are correct in their taste in music, and some people are incorrect. ever dreamed the same dream more than one night? Yeah, I'm sure I have on some occasions, but it wouldn't be like the exact identical dream, but it would be like the same subject matter. Some aspects of it being repeating and some being a little different. Be like that. I had like weird pseudo dreams last night. I took a variety of sleep enhancers last night. Gabapentin, haloklonopin, some bit of the THC syrup, one of these pain pills, and oh yeah, Buddy Cat's very pragmatic, I guess. The Silence of the Lambs is a movie about a serial killer. Isn't it? It's fiction. Let me listen to your song. Pretty good, actually. I'm surprised. I didn't expect to think it was pretty good. First, I felt like, oh no, this is not working. But I actually kind of like it. It's a little like the lyrics are, I don't know what they make of the lyrics, but you do a good job like changing the feel periodically. How long is it total? I like it. It's good. Yeah, probably not gonna make my favorite songs ever list, but it's good. Better than I thought it would be for sure. Buffalo Bill's house was 100 yards from where we used to fish in a town called Perryopolis, PA. You wouldn't believe where it's located. Is it in Pennsylvania? I believe it's the powers of darkness that led them there. To Pennsylvania? Well, powers of darkness, huh? I don't know why people be evil, but how we shouldn't CRISPR mosquitoes out of existence. Fair enough, Johnny Cats. Fair enough. I'm going to agree with you. Let's make more mosquitoes instead. Let's see how many mosquitoes we can fit in one ecosystem. Whether a marriage or a relationship is worth being in doesn't hinge solely on how it ends. True. I had a successful second marriage because it fulfilled its role and purpose for that stretch of time. It just had a shelf life, you know. I needed a good mother to raise my child with me because her biological mother was kind of out of the picture. And I got an ESFJ wife that filled that role, and it was a successful, good relationship in that regard. But it was built around Delilah, and once she got to be like 16, that relationship was just done. Don't get a skeeter on your Peter tonight unless you want a scratchy fight. Enneagram is a bit too much hocus pocus, Amazonian Christianity mysticism. Well, I get a little frustrated with the Enneagram stuff sometimes too, because people want to attribute all kinds of stuff to Enneagram that is not properly attributed to Enneagram. Like, why in the world, or how in the world, would Hollywood come to a small river town in Pennsylvania for such a deadly scene? Are you talking about they filmed the scene of a movie there? Because it looked how they wanted it to look, I guess. You know, they have location scouts that they're looking for a certain look. Ayahuasca. NASA has a movie studio. Good for them. Buffalo Bill and Silence of the Lambs. I haven't seen it in ages. I don't know. I don't remember it very well. Tax breaks. I'm in favor of tax breaks. They could have made it in a studio. Well, yeah, you could make high budget films that do location shoots more low budget and do it on a soundstage. Does that mean no high budget things should exist? No. I love fruits, but I hate fruits touching my salty foods or being in my salads. With the exception of tomatoes. What does that say about what Enneagram is? It says that you mistakenly believe tomatoes are fruits just because they are, but they really aren't. That's a problem that you have. And that's what's wrong with you, Kay. That's your pathology. No, I'm in favor of tax breaks for everybody. I'm in favor of a sensible taxation system that instead of causing unfair taxation in a variety of ways by this incredibly complicated tax code that creates this industry of middlemen called tax professionals. I'm opposed to all of that garbage, right? We want to have the smallest amount of tax possible on every American based on a totally fair criterion like a consumption tax or a flat tax. It's the only sane way to do things. It's inherently progressive because people who spend more and make more will pay more in taxes if it's a flat tax, regardless, right? Can we discuss Mappa? I don't know what Mappa is, But we could discuss MAPA, and that would be okay with me. Yes, I mean a consumption tax or sales tax, you know. But even if you wanted to keep income taxes true, you could still get rid of the progressive nonsense, which just generates needless and expensive complexity. It's an excellent song right there. Tells you everything you need to know about taxation. Mothers Against Penile Atrophy. But I want my penis to atrophy. That's why I'm living in outer space. Outer space make my penis stop working. Get out of here, outer space. Nobody invited you down here on Earth. Go out by the moon where you belong. Can you believe it? Outer space tried to come inside my house. Well, I was like, outer space. You better get out of here before I punch you in the nose. Gerald has a thought. Gerald has a lot. Gerald has a plot to get to Marjorie's tater tots. He's got a good idea for a name-changing business. Thinking now about what to call Christmas when they hire his firm to change that name. Gerald always got baby chancing up to return to the work left or up. He'd get back to it eventually, but his visions piled up and his plans would interrupt all the work that started off so hopefully. And now Ryan's back on his business, thinking of changing factless to listless, so how all the people will shout his name. And Gerald knows he understands ever more clearly now. And he won't provide explanation regarding the why or the how. He'll see you and know you from inside your heart. Exciting, delighting, Gerald plays his part. And Gerald still knew there's too much to do. And he had dropped time in the underview. Too much to rebut, so where now and what? Too much time spent picking the skew. thought. Gerald has a lot. Gerald has a plot to get to Marjorie's tasty spots. He's got a good idea for a name-changing business, thinking now about what to call Christmas when they hire his firm to change that name. Gerald has a thought. That was pretty good. Not too bad. Not too bad at all. Okay, what else am I going to play here? Maybe I'll cut one of these into a short. Okay, here we go. El Nino, my ass. You call those storms? Where is the rain? Those drizzles don't count, I drizzle more. When I pee in the sink, which is just the right height to catch all of the undesired splatter. Done, I'll go outside and climb a ladder. I will go up there and take me a bucket and pour water inside. And I'll say, hey, Mr. Cloud, drop it from the bottom. Hey, Mr. Cloud, won't you drop it from the bottom? Hey, Mr. Cloud, drop it from the bottom on me. Ta-da! My fingers hurt. I am out of practice on the guitar. I've been playing the piano, and I've lost the ability to play the guitar. I think let's try to play something else. Good night, Kay. Try to play one more thing. Maybe I'll cut them in the short channel. We'll see. Let's see. I'm going to actually pull this up over here with the Mia. Okay. Run Away from Fire is a good name for a song. I think we could agree on that. This one, fine. Let's play this one then. It was 100,000 million years ago. Time ran slow. Nobody yet to choke. Place the slabs below. Let them go, and they will start to grow. More years ensue, and tears gnashing through. A holy slab come to view. Unchangingly true, eternally new. And when the slope appears in charge today, options at large show other ways. Take a chance now, once quick to check, but don't get caught standing on deck. The slope Perhaps the better course was headed ever north. Now there's a fitter force. Enemy ground, enemy ground. I'm going to try it one more time. See if I can get a better take of it. Let's get a little less treble out of this too. All right, let's try it again. One more time. I'll give it a shot. It was 100,000 million years ago. Time ran slow. Nobody yet to show. Place the slabs below and let them go. They will start to grow. More years ensue and tears gnashing through. Holy slabs come to view. Unchangingly true, eternally new. But when the slope appears in charge today, options at large show other ways. Take a chance now, once quick to check, but don't get caught standing on deck. The slip presents a fork. It's not easy stopping short. Too far along to turn around. Perhaps the better course was headed ever north. Now there's a fitter force. Enemy ground, enemy ground. That's pretty good, I guess. Or something shitty. Pretty good for something shitty. How about this one? Wonderful, wonderful kitty. Having wonderful times. Always cleaning yourself. Making sure you got clean lines. Wonderful, wonderful kitty. Such a fabulous offhand. And now it's wonderful kitty petting time again. Just let me pet you. Don't walk away. It's petting time. And wonderful, wonderful kitty. Having wonderful times. Always cleaning yourself, making sure you got clean lines. But your wonderful kitty's a fabulousness I never encountered before. And I know that I want to pet my kitty some more. Just let me pet you. Don't walk away. It's petting time. Hooray! That one will probably be a good chart. That one will be pretty good. Usually try to make a short of this, since it seems to generally be well received by people. He's Gregory in disguise, hands in his pockets. Now he's walking down the drive, covers his eyes. He doesn't want you guys to realize that he's Gregory in disguise, hands in his pockets. Now he's walking down the drive, covers his eyes. He doesn't want you guys to realize that he's Gregory in disguise. He hates the lies, wants to confront the men, always telling them fuck. Want to confront the men, always telling them, but every time he tries, they only run and hide. Okay, I could start it over, I guess. Could try it, try to get a good short of it. It's going to require kind of a lot of my trying. Let's see if I can do it. He's Gregory in disguise, hands in his pockets. Now he's walking down the drive, averts his eyes. He doesn't want you guys to realize that he's Gregory in disguise, hands in his pockets. Now he's walking down the drive, averts his eyes. He doesn't want you guys to realize that he's Gregory in disguise. He hates the lies, wants to confront the men, always telling them. But every time he tries, they only run and hide. Again he is denied the chance to yell at them. Until the bridge brings a new approach. Sneakily he'll try to encroach up on the guilty, then perhaps he'll get the chance to yell at them. He's Gregory in disguise, hands in his pockets. Now he's walking down the drive, averts his eyes. He doesn't want you guys to realize that he's Gregory in disguise, hands in his pockets. Now he's walking down the drive, averts his eyes. He doesn't want you guys to realize that he's Gregory in disguise. He hates the lies, wants to confront the men, always telling them. But every time he tries, they only run and hide. Again he is denied the chance to yell at them, because he's Gregory in disguise. That's fine, whatever. Everything sucks and then you die. Bro is playing and singing. Thanks, guys. Thanks for your positive response. I appreciate it. Yeah. Is this the right one? Sorry, I think it's this one. If Jesus was people but absent of sin, he must then have struggled with regular men and women, of course, when they too were present. Disciples all warily eyeing a lesson. If people were Jesus, they'd know as they think, and everyone's work would be true. And feelings once spoken would sit where they sink, and we'd all know just what to do. But people aren't Jesus once they're betrayed. The easy believing forever is lost. Maybe naivete is not to be saved, but the wise pay terrible cost. The one you thought you knew acts like you never have lived. The life you made for two has faded into regret. There's no one unshaken, we all have been shook, but being forsaken don't mean you're forsook. And though in the past we've been hung out to dry, we'll find them at last if we're willing to try. But people aren't Jesus once they're betrayed. The easy believing forever is lost. Maybe naivete is not to be saved, but the wise pay a terrible cost. Yeah, baby, naivete is not to be saved, but the wise pay a terrible cost. It's a good song. I'm proud of that song as far as a piece of songwriting goes. That's a well-written song. That's a real professional piece of songwriting there. Oh, you came here with her, and what's the big problem that you can't endure? You seem so sure it's not appropriate claiming to blame things on Scott. Despite getting caught, he's got you refraining for him, straining for him, or going to the gym to make yourself good enough again. Yeah, you guys both have lots invested. That's not a reason to stay around. Through the years, you've both been tested. Time to move up, find higher ground. Oh, he came here with her, and what's the big problem that you can't endure? You seem so sure it's not appropriate claiming to blame things on Scott. Despite getting caught, he's got you refraining for him, straining for him, going to the gym to make yourself good enough again. Be done with him. That's okay. I could potentially make a clip out of that. Who knows? Who knows what I'll do? Playing the guitar. What? What kind of nonsense is that? What time is it? 5:32? Alright, I'm going to turn this thing off. Unplug this. Unplug this. Put this over here. Put this over here. And then I need to put a new 9-volt battery in this guitar pretty soon. It's giving me the light that says it's time to change the battery. It's a real live stream, yeah. Wonderful Kitty had a little extra zip that time. Keep that in mind, Plug Guy. Thank you. Try to make some shorts. You know, I feel like I'm waiting to like resume life in full because I'm healing from this thing and not smoking cigarettes, so I can't just like do me. It's a little bit annoying. Thank you, Pretty Cat, for the claps. I appreciate it. Look at the channel content and see what it ended up putting up. Or did they go to shorts or what? Okay, so where are the clips from this? Let me see this. What is going on here? Clips. Public. So how could this be? Where is it? Is it in shorts or? Oh, yeah, it is in shorts. Okay. So I guess it did put it, but I don't even see it in shorts. Okay, I guess I just get rid of that clip. I don't know. Doesn't seem to like that one. Clips. Okay, fine. I'll just delete this. I don't know why you're saying it's. There. Fine. Be that way. I got pretty fussy about my stream last night. Give me 18 plus one more. Add suitability. Well, that's fine. Be that way. See if I care about it. You. You muggity meows. Okay. Close that out. Close that out. Close that out. Close that out. Meow this down. And there's the meow right there. Chord Overstreet. Was that was a song I played last night, right? I need to find a clip of Chord Overstreet for sure. Chord Overstreet. He's such a chord Overstreet. I wonder about how deep into the live stream I made that song about Chord Overstreet. Let's see. Chord Overstreet. Okay. Let's see. Talking about Chord Overstreet. Let's see here. I want to find Chord Overstreet. Where are you, Chord Overstreet? Come on, Chord Overstreet. Make your appearance. Once I find it, we're going to be glad I found it, for sure. Oh, here we go. I think we're getting here. Okay. There we go. There we go. We found it. We're going to find it. We're going to listen to it. All right, let's see here. There's so much chord overstreet that I couldn't possibly play all of this chord overstreet stuff. But, oops. Here we go. Here. All right, let's start with this. Confirm the selection. Push play. Chord O's. And here. Let's see. Start here. Play from here. with Corn Over Street. Are you guys seeing a movie with Lindsay Lohan? That's a pretty good song right there. Alright, that part of Corn Over Street is fine. Chord over street. How about this? Is Chord over street Lindsay Lohan's real name? Is Chord Overstreet Lindsay Lohan's real name? Falling for Christmas. Lindsay Lohan. Yeah, there. And of course, Chord Overstreet. Wow. 2,800 videos on 1,900 channels. Hashtag Chord Overstreet. Wow. That's a lot of Chord Overstreet. Really none of the above. There. Okay, I did it. I did something. I know that wasn't very exciting for everybody. I'm sorry about that. Yes, he starred in Falling for Christmas with Lindsay D. Lohan. You're right. Chord Overstreet released an album in 2017 and went double platinum. Well, I think at this point it's fair to say that that song is the song of his name. Chord Overstreet. Well, may I supposed to have snow for Christmas? I wish. I'm not really confident we're getting precipitation anytime soon. The forecast doesn't show anything coming weather-wise. It's mostly just about Chord Overstreet. The bottom line is his name has too many R's in it, and there's nothing ever is going to change that reality. You can't have that many R's in your name and be like, oh, that's a good idea. It does show rain on Saturday the 20th and a low of 37, which means depending on when that would fall, we might get it as snow here. Typically, if it shows below 40 there, then it actually ends up being snow up here. But anyway, that's a long way in the future. They don't do a good job of predicting the weather very far into the future. Unlike, I think you know whom. who. I think we both know who. Cordover Street. Yeah, egg roll and stuff. But you have to go something else as you say. Does heaven is an angel? Because here I am. The gift of one day. Egg. Okay, let's see what's going on over here. Cordover Street. You're doing fine. Other things, I guess you're doing fine too. I'm not sure. Let's see. Why Phoebe Kate Hated Christmas and Gremlins has 6 likes and 40 views. That's better than most things. My most successful video recently was on November 30th. My short about Die Hard got 28,700 views, 693 views. So, niggity meow, niggity meow. What do you say and what do you do? If you love me, then I'll love you. Biggity bad, biggity bew. Yeah, I don't know what I'm doing tonight either. I guess I'm just fudging around like Jacob McGudgeon drowned. Fudging around like Jacob McGudgeon down. San Jose is currently losing to Toronto in hockey. Put that game on in the background. Today is Wednesday? No, it's Thursday. Thursday, huh? Life's a funny thing sometimes. Other times it's not funny at all. This may be one of those times. Here we go. Sensitive nipples is a sign of high estrogen. Well, my nipples aren't very sensitive. But I wouldn't exactly call them rough and tumble either. They're not heavily calloused. So, make of that what you will. Mm-hmm. It's kind of difficult for me right now, everyone. Cord Overstreet. It totally sounds like a fake name, right? Like, who would have believed that's his actual real name? Nobody would have believed that. But it actually is his real name. I wonder what his jazz name is. Like Torser Overstreet. Well, there's a professional football game on Prime Video. Buccaneers over the Falcons currently. Falcons are, I believe, eliminated from playoff contention. Let's see what the standings and stuff look like in the NFL. So you've got the Patriots who at 11-2 look to have more or less clinched the AFC East. They're not technically. I guess nobody's clinched any of the divisions yet. How many games did they play in the regular season? 16? Makes sense why nobody will have clinched yet. The NFC South. Tampa Bay is actually winning the NFC South currently with a 7-6 record. Green Bay out in front in the NFC North with 9-3-1 record. Eagles 8-5. But then the AFC, you got 11-2 Denver and 11-2 New England. 7-6 Steelers, 9-4 Jaguars. Looks like it's going to be an interesting race to the finish here. There's 1, 2, let's see. Here are all the teams that have been eliminated from contention. The Jets, the Cleveland Browns, the Titans, the Raiders, Commanders, the Giants, the Falcons, the Saints, and the Cardinals. Everybody else can possibly make the playoffs. It's always interesting to see the point differentials. So based on point differential, the best team is the Seattle Seahawks with 161, followed by the Rams at 152, and then the Patriots at 110. It's quite a drop off there, 161, 152, then all the way down to 110. But in terms of record, the best team are the Patriots, were the third best run differential. Point differential. But then the other best record is Denver, and they have just plus 73. So we've got the Bears. They're in second place, 9-4 in the NFC North. They have a run differential of -1. Whereas the third place Detroit Lions are plus 90, and the first place Green Bay Packers are plus 75. So, the Bears have won some close games, lost some close games, I guess. The Niners, 9-4 in third place in the NFC West. Just a plus 38 differential. Well, we'll have to see how that all plays out. Yes, we will. Yes, we will. Eagles win the bowl this year, says Kumtarlicki. They might, but I don't really think so. Like, currently, they are in first place in the NFC East, yes, but their record's only 8-5, and their point differential is only plus 18. Plus, they're on a 3-game losing streak. So, I wouldn't feel super encouraged about the Philadelphia Eagles at the moment, although they might, they might make their comeback and everything. One never knows what will happen when things are amazing. One never knows what will happen when things are amazing. Wise words indeed. So, let's see what the Sharks are doing. They're playing Maple Leafs. If the Maple Leafs spelled their team's name properly, it'd be the Maple Leaves. Instead, they're the Leafs. Come on, Canada. Get your shit together. Maple Leafs. More like you're the Gape Police. Let's go, Sharks. The Sharks are playing the Maple Leafs. The Maple Leafs. Toronto Maple Leafs. They don't know how to spell leaves, I guess. They're the Maple Leafs. The Maple Leafs. I think they know Cord Overstreet. He's a Maple Leaf. How many leaves of maple do you need to make your leaves into leaves? And then you please to have maple leaves everywhere you sneeze. What will you do with all these maple leaves? I don't know what we're going to do with all these maple leaves. Let's make some maple syrup out of them. You can't make maple syrup out of maple leaves. It doesn't work like that. That's not how things go, okay? Things don't just go how you want them to go all the time. Haka-chakaka, kachaka-chachoo. What do you think about the jazz I do? Haka-ka-ka-ka-ka-ka. Wabbity-woobity-wow, wobbiggity-woo, waggity-woogity-wow, the bliggity-blow. needs to be. Yeah, like that. Hey, jazzy friends. Are you guys ready for some beatnik poetry over jazz? It's everybody's favorite medium of art. Let's have a swinging Christmas tonight with jazzy songs. Let's have a singing Christmas tonight with some jazzy songs. I'll sing the jazzy, jazzy, jazz, filled with some Christmas in your eyes, and there'll be some lights and decorations on this swinging Christmas time. A swingity Christmas, a swingity, swingity swang. Come on, Santa, swang-a-lang. I got some cookies, some milk for you. I put out a stocking, you know what to do. You put not coal in that thing, but instead small toys. A shabbity-doobity-da. Santa's coming to your house. He got you a brand new blouse. He remembered that you don't like it in beige. He tried his reindeer and his elves. He recalls what you call for help, and I know that Santa's your friend. I guess that's the end. I guess that's the end of that beat. Well, you know, sometimes things come to an end in life. This is one of those times, I guess. enough piano. I have devolved into just nothing. Devolved into just wasting my time. Just meowing mindlessly. So what should I do instead of just meowing mindlessly? Well, I need some kind of a plan. Like, what's my goal here? To go to sleep early, get a good night's sleep? That'd be a worthwhile goal. Or am I trying to get something else accomplished? Should I just end the stream and settle into watching some TV with the idea of going to sleep? I guess that would be. I could put more weed away. Make progress on that. And it is helpful progress to me, I'm kind of just counting time until my mouth heals enough that I don't have to think about it anymore. We can get a few things done. That's fine. Get some of this dealt with. Now we try to get the better birds in. The better buds are better to get, they're denser, and I can kind of pick out the leaves more easily. And make for a less shaky bag full of weed. Okay, good. Okay. Look at this. Put this like that. Oops. These leaves off. There we go. Putting all this in here. Sticks should go on the ground and then don't have buds on them anymore. Well, I guess if I want to do good self-care here this evening, I need to eat more food. It's a bit of a challenge, I have some cottage cheese. I need to go to the store. I could do that as well. Okay. Come along, you. I sure do hate myself. Oh, Eric, why do you hate yourself? Because of everything stupid I ever did. I guess you do have a lot of reasons. I sure do. I've done so much stupid shit. Or failed to do shit as well. Yeah, that's true, Eric. But you know, it's really productive to, I don't know, hate yourself better than all the time. Not so much productive as an inevitable and natural consequence of my inherent shittiness. Oh, wonderful. You really love yourself poorly. Hating myself is the truest form of love. Not sure that's correct, actually. Gotta be tough with yourself. Otherwise, you're just being a baby. But I want to be a baby. You can't be a baby. You're too old. And you're never too old to be a baby. Let's see if I can get some things detached here. Ow. Yeah. 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 You need to stop being a baby right now. I'm not being a baby right now. I'm being a grown-up. Look, I'm doing stuff. No, you being a baby. Who are you anyway? I'm your guardian angel. You're my guardian angel. Guarding you from being okay with who you are. I'm kind of like the opposite of guardian. Well, we're getting some sticks down off of here. That's good. I think I'll, I'll do another burn at some point with all these branches. Okay. Okay. Here. We've got this. Pull this off here. Got these. Pull these. Grab bad boys. This one, these things, those, these, this. Put it in here. Pull out some of these extra leaves here. Here, a couple of these little guys here. There. Another big stick taken off the table. Okay. Yeah. That's pretty good. That's pretty good, like gritty wood. Okay. Got a couple of these here. That'll do for now. We're making progress. Makes me very itchy. Actually. These branches too, yeah. Alright, so I do need to eat some more food. I feel under caloried. I could blend the spaghetti up. That would probably be, might be the best thing to do actually. Because I'd like to eat the spaghetti, but it's hard to eat. What do you want, Trouble? What do you want? Two to one, Toronto. 7 minutes left in the third period. Game coming to a close. Stream will be coming to a close pretty soon too. I will make this food, eat this food. Just eat, Trouble. You don't need me standing right fucking there. Alright, let me heat this up a bit. Go ahead, eat. Nobody's trying to prevent you from eating. Eat. Eat your food. I'll put this spaghetti in here, into this blender. Get some more spaghetti from over here and put it into the blender as well. this spaghetti, heat it up with the hot neem. And put a little bit of this Parmesan cheese onto it as well. Heating up, getting hot. Get what you got while the getting's got. Let that heat up some more. Oh, Bubbles, you're such a silly boy. Oh, itchy, itchy Eric, full of itchy ways. Okay. Okay. How much hotter does it need to be? Let's find out. Wee. It's not really hot at all right now. I would go as far as say it's cold right now. We let it go for a little while. Getting warmer by the minute. I want it to be hot because it's going to be mixed in with this part here that's already kind of cold. Put some Parmesan cheese in there. It's going to help add flavor and distinction. Okay. Now, it's not getting all burny down here. Put this, now we're going to put this in here. In a blender. This is not a very good solution compared to like a food processor. It'll do the job, I guess, but All right, well, let's see how that works. Okay. That's a lot easier. Well, that definitely makes a huge difference. It's like super easier for me to eat this, you know. Sharks tied it up. 2-2 against the Maple Leafs. All the flavors of taste right here on one tongue. Where's my... There it is over there. No, I'm not taking bond reps right now because I got this dental surgery. I am taking very gentle pipe hits because I don't want to create a lot of suction, you know. Well, I'm not actually worried about dry socket because the thing that I'm worried about is having an implant get infected. I had an implant put here before. I had two, and one of them got infected. I'm not sure why, but the dentist blamed it on my smoking. So this time I decided I was not going to smoke. If it did get infected, it couldn't be blamed on that. But I am smoking some weed, but I'm trying to be very careful, with everything I'm doing with my mouth for ideally all the way until like the 22nd. The 22nd is when I go back to the dentist and he takes out the stitches. No, with the reason I don't want to use the bong is because it creates suction and I just want to have as little stress on the whole thing as possible. But because I'm me, I'm not really gonna smoke nothing per se. So I did just cold turkey say, okay, no cigarettes starting Monday, and I haven't had one Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, today's Thursday, so my fourth day with no cigarettes, just bam. I'm kind of surprised and impressed about that. Not really surprised because I knew had resolve about it, but I'm kind of impressed with myself for following through, and I'm pleased. But in order to pull that off, I do have to occasionally hit this pipe a little bit. Or it helps anyway. So, but you don't want that. Cheers, Rachel. So we'll see how long it lasts. A week seems very reasonable. If I were to call it a week, and say, all right, it's safe for me to assume it's not going to get infected at this point. But probably I'd be better off giving it 2 weeks, giving it till the 22nd till he actually takes the stitches out, re-puts this thing in better than it currently is put in. Because I rushed him when he was putting it in on Monday because it was very uncomfortable, unpleasant. No. I don't, I don't like vaping. I'm not 100% sure I do want to go back to smoking, but I don't want to go to vaping as an intermediate thing. What would be cool is if I thought I could go back to smoking, but just a few cigarettes a day, like 5 or fewer cigarettes a day. I have my doubts as to whether I could do that. Nice jobs, Sharks. Sharks win this game in overtime. They have instant death in overtime, right? In hockey? Yeah, they do. Sudden death, I mean. Good job, San Jose Sharks. Well, Tampa Bay needs this win against the 4-9 Atlanta Falcons, but they are currently losing 14-10. Let's see here. Listening to Rachel laugh from the other room is fantastic. I don't know what she's laughing at or watching, but I just love the sound of her laughter. It pleases me greatly. All right, so Tampa Bay is 7-6. Atlanta's already been eliminated at 4-9, but Tampa Bay is leading the NFC South, but they're tied with the Carolina Panthers at 7-6, and they really need to beat the Falcons tonight. Everybody in the NFC South has a negative point differential. Crazy. Same with the AFC North, actually. Steelers, Ravens, Bengals, Browns all have a negative point differential. Based on total point differential, it would seem like the toughest division would be the NFC West, which has a total point differential of basically plus 200. Oh, I'm sorry, plus 300. More or less. Plus 290. That's way higher than any other. Yeah, way higher. So based on that, the NFC West is the toughest division in football. Okay, what am I doing now? I guess I'm gonna wrap this up. I wonder why it's taking such a long time for my Cord Overstreet video to show up. Who knows? Sometimes things just take a long time, I guess. I'm glad CTAP by class agrees with me about Notre Dame. If it's red, does it mean it's swollen? Maybe. 3-5 foot thumb, Eric. The subtitle's Lamal. Heart. Oh, Eric, I'm really obsessing over not believing anything unless it's objectively correct. Well, that's fine. All right. Guess that's about time. I wish to wish you all a very Merry Christmas. I'll see you later soon. And I want you to know that you are a prince or princess among men or women. Okay? Keep that in mind. You're a real winner in the game of life. And I'll see you next time on Talking with Famous People.